Hi, Terry. How's it going? It's nice to have you in my stream for once. Oh yeah, the new mesh balloon. Yeah. Hi, mechanism. Yeah, I love this mesh balloon. It's pretty fun. I always like to play with new features when they come out. Oh, it's going good. Thanks. Yeah, it's nice to be here. Cool, awesome. That's fun. Yeah. So I'm making a RatShark. So so my wife said the other day I've always known this, but she was on the phone with somebody and she was describing how rats and sharks are her two fears. So I was like, huh, I should sculpt that. I should sculpt a rat shark. So I'm gonna play around and just do a quick little sculpt for fun. I'm intrigued by the title Rat Shark. Yeah. Yeah, I just thought it'd be fun to just doodle it up real quick. Oh, you know what? I should try the. There's a new move brush actually that is pretty good for silhouettes. Yeah, move infinite depth. This move infinite depth will be perfect for nailing the silhouette right off the bat. Internet's really mean today, even being rude on your stream. Oh no! Is my stream buffering? Hope it's not. Hope it's not my end of it. Doesn't look like it. Looks like my stream isn't choking, but. Hi, Kiwi. Or does it pull more geometry? So yeah, if for you it's fine, Kiwi. Thanks. I'm glad it's okay. But yeah, so yeah, the move infinite depth. This one here. Brush move. This one right here. Move infinite depth. So what it does is basically like it just basically goes. It shoots right through the model and like it's like the ultimate backface. Like instead of backface masking, it's the complete opposite of backface masking. So it's like it moves anything that's under your brush from the perspective of the camera. So it's like it's great for nailing a silhouette because let's say if I do this, if I just use the regular move, you see like if I use the regular move, it sort of leaves the middle part alone. But if I use the move infinite depth, it goes all the way through, and see it moves anything under the brush from from the camera to infinity. Internet man's coming in 2 days. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I know. On your stream, you've had a couple scenarios that, like your stream seems to have died. That was unfortunate. So I was thinking I might do like something like How long does it usually take? It depends. It depends on the person. It depends on the level of detail you want to. For me, so I'm claiming this is a speed sculpt. So if I keep it as a speed sculpt, I should be done today. The idea of a speed sculpt is really just to sort of blast something out and sort of have fun with it and not detail it too much or overthink it. So that's kind of the idea is to really practice sort of creativity and speed and not dwell on too many things. So in that case, I should be done today at maybe a few hours, 3 or 4 hours. Oh, hey, what's up, Sosaros? I think I'm going to do a quick curve tube. Let's do it this way. Snake hook. Curve functions. Delete. Let's see, Sculptors Pro mode. Gonna have you on second screen, watch from there. Cool. Yeah, that's cool, man. Lurk and work, man. This one has like a lot less of a bend to it, I think. Mine is literally singing the Jaws theme song right now. Nice. How about Baby Shark? I could do that one of these days. Baby Shark, that could be fun. Maybe I'll do that after I finish my RatShark. Oh my god, yes. Do 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 do. You know what's funny is there's a really interesting TED Talk by J.J. Abrams, the producer director guy, and he talks about he's talking about creative storytelling stuff. Specifically, it's titled The Mystery Box, and he talks about how he uses mystery in tons of his work. His films and TV shows and whatnot. And it's really cool. And but it's really trippy is at one point during the presentation he talks about the movie Jaws, and it's kind of surprising because he talks about how in Jaws he talks about how Jaws the movie isn't really about the shark, which sounds crazy, but he's like, yeah, I got people always people try to steal ideas for movies or whatever, like horror movies, and they try to steal the shark. But he's like, the shark, the movie isn't really about the shark. The movie is about the characters, and in particular, it's about a guy going through a divorce and trying to find himself and connect with his son, and he shows this one particular scene that's like a really kind of It's kind of like a heart-wrenching scene with him and his son, and you're like, he goes, if you're gonna steal something, don't steal the shark. This movie isn't about the shark. Don't steal the shark. Steal it's all about the characters, the personalities, and and the character growth, like Jaws doesn't have character growth. Yeah, Chief Brody, exactly. Yeah. It's all about the character growth, of the characters in the movie, and the shark is just like there mostly like as a prop. It's not about the shark. So it was kind of trippy, and I was like, wow, that's a really kind of interesting way to look at it. But it makes a lot of sense because if you watch a horror movie and you don't give a shit about the characters, like the people in the people that are about to get killed, if you don't give a shit about them, then you don't care when they get killed, and that's kind of defeats the purpose of of a horror movie. You're not going to be scared for them. You're not going to be concerned about them if you don't develop the character and make you care about them. Let's just do this. Yeah, TED Talks are pretty awesome. Yeah. Oh god, yeah, I get so connected to the characters in horror movies. Yeah, man, that's a handy tool. Which one? Which one? The curved tube or? Should just be careful. Try to be careful not to smear these together so my polygroups don't get weird. Mesh groups, polish. Man, I gotta go for dinner. Check back later if my internet allows. Awesome. Glad you're hanging out, Terry. It's super fun. I work in a higher res. You mean like my document resolution, or do you mean like my the model resolution? I mean, the model resolution's pretty low at the moment, but I'm playing around back and forth with Dynamesh and Sculptris Pro mode, so the model resolution is going to change dramatically with like every brush stroke sometimes. As you can see with my, when I Dynamesh, when I Dynamesh, you could see it change. I mean, not Dynamesh, I'm sorry, when I use Sculptris Pro and I sculpt on it. So let me go back to that. Move infinite depth again. Try to line up this. I don't know Sculptors Pro. Oh, okay, very basic understanding. I made 30% of ZBrush. It's all good. I've said it before. I've known professional artists that literally know almost nothing about ZBrush when it comes down to the program itself and basically knowing all the ins and outs of different buttons and different features that it has. Like I've known professional artists that just know they know two brushes, but they can just crank out amazing artwork. So it's not really critical that you know everything about ZBrush. As long as you can make badass artwork, that's all that matters. And sure, it can be handy. It can certainly be handy to know more brushes and know more features, and it can speed things up a lot. Where you can crank things out faster. I just noticed that this needs to be way back here and smaller. Get rotated. I'm really trying to match the silhouette. Oh, here, you want to see something cool? Yeah, this is a crazy thing that a lot of people don't know about ZBrush, or they don't know why they should use it, but check it out. So if I put my reference right here, just make a nice big reference, I can put ZBrush right on top of my reference, and I can turn up my the see-through feature on ZBrush. So I can basically just lay ZBrush right on top and sort of line up my model, and then I could just use the transparency of ZBrush to line up and sort of sculpt right on top. Yeah, a lot of people don't really know about that or use it, but if you're trying to copy a reference, it's super handy. So just to nail the silhouette of the shark a little bit faster, I can just sort of blast that out. But of course, that in order to do that, you need a pretty good reference that has very little lens distortion in it. Like if the reference you're using has a wide angle lens, you're going to get lens distortion, and it's not going to work as well. So you want basically a photograph that's as close to orthographic as you can get it. But it's still handy to sort of just get a general thing started. So, all right, cool, bam. Silhouette of the shark, pretty much good to go for now, and then I can just go back to sort of regular mode. Put my references back on the right side. Now I've got a good starting point, 100 times faster than I would have. Yeah, super handy, right? Work with 4R6. Well, that transparency setting is definitely in 4R6. It's been around actually for quite a long time. It's right up here at the top. I don't know if you can see it. But yeah, it's like that see-through. It just says see-through, and there's a slider. But yeah, that see-through thing has been around for a long time. So wait, import an image in ZBrush as well? Yeah. Can use the front side views at the same time. Yeah, I do that occasionally. It's right here. It's right here. So Soros, so if you go to the draw, in the draw panel, in the draw panel there is so you've got front and back, and you can click on the map, and you could load a texture file. So that's front and back. And then you have up and down, so top view, and then there's left and right for the side views. And for each of these, you can load a front and a back texture map to sort of put your references right into ZBrush. And I've done that before. I don't. It's not my favorite way to do things, but it depends on what I'm working on, I guess. It can be pretty handy though. But part of the thing with that though is if you're going to do that, if you're going to go here and load images into these texture files, one of the things is it takes. One of the reasons I don't do it very often is it takes a little bit more prep work because you have to basically go into Photoshop and you have to collect all your images or draw them or whatever you want to do, but then you have to crop them just right so they have the same aspect ratio, and you have to really make sure that everything lines up just right. It's not impossible, it's just a little extra work, but it's enough extra work that I'm usually too lazy to do it. So and sometimes I just don't have those references. Sometimes I don't have references that perfectly line up like that. Depending on what I'm doing. If I've collected my own references, like photographically or whatnot. So, actually, what I didn't do is collect like a top down or underneath view of the shark, but I mean, you can kind of get the gist of it based on the fact that it's going to taper. It's going to taper this way. And the other thing is, okay, and then how I need to start incorporating elements of the rat into it as well. Oh, that's simple. Through the texture drop down, it's at the bottom. Yeah, thank you so much. Remembered being shown this one time. Yeah. Thanks. We'll never use it, but it's nice to know. Yeah. Yeah, I just, it all depends. It just depends really on what I'm working on. Sometimes it's really critical to nail the reference, like, as accurately as possible. And in that case, maybe I will drop some references into that particular view. So that I can sort of trace them more accurately. Oops, looks like I lost my symmetry at some point. Let's try to get that back. There we go. Much better. Imagine the most dramatic rat pose, skinny, spiny. Yeah, I was thinking, I had this idea that I would use the rat tail to extend the shark tail. Like, because right now the shark tail just sort of tapers pretty dramatically and then becomes the fin here. But I was thinking of extending the shark tail as like a long rat tail and then putting the fin at the end of the rat tail. Let's see, let me just kind of do this for a minute. And then maybe curve tube. So we'll do like curve tube. And then maybe shrink this down a little. So we'll get the rat tail. Did I lock it somehow? Let's see. Stroke. Curve. And start. Start. let's do taper. Where am I going? Curve functions, curve modifiers, size. Let's do something. Let's try that. Nope, too much. Texture, stroke. Let's pull this up here. This up here. Let's do a sharp. Let's put a point here. Pull this down here. Try that. That's closer. Stroke. Let's pull this point way down. Pull this down a bit too. There's a rat tail. Probably want to flare out. Actually, you know what? Maybe let's do it here. Let's do this. And sort of flare this one out. That's a little better. I agree. ZBrush should give us a little red light, green light for when X has been hit for symmetry. Yeah, right. It's like symmetry on, symmetry off. Dig it. Nice. Cool. So I'll have to still transition. And I think I was thinking about like, because one of the features is this for the silhouette of a rat is let me see. I should go back to the move infinite depth. I'm liking this move infinite depth right now. Let me delete my curve. Curve. Functions. Delete. And let's do that. Okay. So one of the features of a rat silhouette is more like sort of like the hunched rear part of the body. So it's going to screw up some of the streamlining of the shark. But I think I might be able to sort of make it work because they have that kind of fat rear haunch for the rat. So, trying to keep an eye on the silhouette up here and see if I can get something that merges the silhouette between a rat and a shark. Give that shark a curved spine like the silhouette of a rat. Yeah, well, you got, yeah, exactly, yeah. So it's like I gotta sort of blend just right though, because part of the read of a shark is the sort of the streamlined torpedo. So like, how do I keep it reading shark-like, but also sort of give the rat spine curve thing? So tricky. It's going to help, I think, though, too, when I get I'll play more with that silhouette in a minute, I think. Ask your wife what specifically she finds horrible about rats, right? Like, try to make sure I pull right from her fears. How do I give you the worst nightmares? Okay. Okay, let's see. And let's add the rear fin too, because that's kind of critical for that tail to transition between rat and then back to shark. Let's do this time. Let's use. I guess I could use mesh balloon again, but I think no, I'll use the curve tube, curve quad fill, curve quad fill, and just draw it out. Close enough. Actually, I could probably nudge it a bit, get closer to what I want. Oh, maybe. I don't think there's enough definition in that curve, so good enough for now, and then I'll shape it with the move infinite depth. Actually, this needs to come in quite a bit more. Silhouette's looking decent, like up here at least. Oh, how did I? Oh, you know what? I should get that all one poly group. There we go. I might as well start squishing it down. Oops, nope. It's not super thick. Okay. Okay, let's see. Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and dynamesh this before, because it's still kind of low res. There we go. Might be a little easier to work with now. Okay. And actually, you know what? Let me go here and inflate this a bit so it transitions better into this. Maybe snake hook. Where's that? Oh. Let's go back to this and move infinite depth. Get a little bit more curvature here. Curvature here. Tricky. Actually, I think the lower part of the fin is smaller now that I look more closely. So I think I need to shrink this part of it. I definitely know she's not a big fan of the long rat tails, so this will definitely contribute to her nightmare fuel. Shark, I'm not really sure what it is about sharks in particular, other than the obvious that they're crazy killers in the ocean that makes her terrified of swimming in the ocean. Which is funny because she grew up on an island in Portugal, but they don't really have they have sharks, but they don't have great whites. So like the scariest shark that she would have had to deal with would be a mako shark, which is why I chose a mako shark, by the way. So these are mako sharks, and I chose the mako shark because they're the one shark that she might see in Portugal that that it could attack a human. But it's not likely because sharks in general don't want to eat humans. They don't like human flesh. They go after they like fish blood and fish stuff. Okay. Let's see. So it's like they got a nostril of some sort right there or something. Oh, I have to put the gills in as well. And so I also need to make a decision about how much rat face versus how much. I obviously want the shark teeth because those are much more menacing than rat teeth. Although I guess I could have shark teeth mixed in with like rat teeth. That could be interesting. Let's see. Oh, should I put rat ears on it? I don't know if ears make sense if it's underwater, though. Ears are definitely not streamlined for water swimming. And then it's going to definitely need rat feet. But I was thinking what I'd do is rat feet that are like webbed. Webbed rat feet, but it would look pretty silly though. If I put the giant rat teeth in the front, if I put the giant rat teeth in front it's going to look pretty silly. Like it's going to look comical instead of scary. But I guess in general it'll look comical anyway. I've actually drawn a sort of aquatic mouse critter like that. Nice. Almost like a Pokemon. Sweet. Question is, again, like, I can maybe do rat eyes. Rat eyes. Rat eyes are a little bit more prominent anyway, so they'll read better anyway. Tricky. It's always tricky to decide, where do you start to blend certain features, So if we put the rat skull next to the shark skull, similar in terms of, like the cranium, or not the cranium, like the snout area. The snout area sort of has a similar shape and taper to it, so that's useful. The jaw, though, the jaw is definitely different. Like the jaw on the shark has a much more triangular shape, at least from what I can tell. That there, this is a little bit less prominent. Let's see. Yeah, I'll go with mostly shark, I think, for now, and then maybe add rat eyes. Oh, see, because I didn't have move infinite depth on it, left that sort of funky. I had to go back into the middle part and tweak. Let's do this, though. Let's pull this out more. Let's start caving in the. Might need to start. Yeah, I think it's time to start maybe using the clay buildup. Takes me a while. Like I love clay buildup, but it usually takes me a while before I'm ready. Like I do a lot of shaping with the move brushes before I dive into clay buildup. Hey, what's up, Angry Monday? How's it going? Oh yeah, that reminds me, by the way. So everybody, like, I actually got a lot of you guys hanging out today. I'm really glad to have people to kick it with today. So yeah, Angry Monday's a friend. He's another 3D streamer. Sauceros is a good, he streams creature stuff. He does a lot of ZBrushing creatures and aliens. Angry Monday does a lot of cool, like, sort of more stylized character stuff. And how about you, Mechanism? Are you I'm obviously you're a ZBrush person as well. What kind of stuff do you do? It's going cool. I've been okay. I've been okay. Last weekend, the wife and I did our shots. Our second round of COVID shots, and dude, that kicked our ass. So we spent most of the weekend recovering from that. But other than that, been good. So she got Moderna, and then I got Pfizer. So we each, had the only thing that she was terrified of. She didn't want to do the Johnson and Johnson one. So neither of us got that one, but yeah. But we both we both got knocked on our asses basically. So, but we're good now, and we're both really excited because we're Oh, hi, Tiff Stardust. Kind of like terrifying. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It might look terrifying. It might look kind of comical. We'll see, but I don't know if I care which it turns out. I'm just having fun, just sort of doodling it and seeing what I can come up with. But yeah, I've just started back up in ZBrush recently after about 2 year hiatus. Started streaming fun free sculpts and also watch a drawing stream from some cartoonists. Try to make sculpts some of their most sculptural drawings. Oh, nice. That's a good strategy. Because sometimes it's hard as a sculptor. Sometimes it's hard to find references or inspiration to decide what to do, what to sculpt. So it's good if you have a source like that where you're like, yeah, I love sculpting this particular artist, has all these cool things, or I browse ArtStation and find stuff to do. So that's good. You have a good source of inspiration. I got the Pfizer, kicked my ass for the first time, but was in a fog for only a day for the second one. Nice. That's kind of trippy though. Yeah, the first shot didn't hurt us at all. Like we were both totally fine, and then the second shot just killed us. Yeah, Mechanism. If you have any sort of works in progress or stuff that you're working on, if you want to share in the chat, you're welcome to. This is a I make it a point to only hang out. I hang out in a lot of art streams, so I always encourage anyone that's an artist that wants to share artwork and talk about artwork is always welcome. Interesting to hear what others experience. So different. Yeah, I've heard so many stories that are just completely different. So many times, like different people just got affected so differently. Okay, so it looks like it sort of comes. The nose actually comes down a ways before the upper part of the jaw starts. I guess I should save. How long have I been streaming? Almost an hour, and I haven't saved once, of course. So typical. Yeah, that's so typical. I'm like, I mean, and you look how far I've gotten. Like, you know, I've definitely made some progress, and I just don't even think about saving for like. Sometimes I go with like 3 or 4 hours and just never save. Twitch bot to tell you to save. Yeah, a lot of people have that. A lot like I know Angry Monday has that set up. His Twitch bot yells at him to save, and um, I just don't care for the bots. I actually have Nightbot and I forget what the other really common one is. I actually have the bots muted. Like I have them blocked so that because like if I hang out in somebody's stream, if their bot is like spamming like crazy, it drives me nuts. So I usually end up muting or blocking the bots so that I don't have to look at all the bot spam. Okay. I guess it's time I add some fins. And my bots are offended. Yeah, I know. Okay, let's see. So I'm thinking maybe to sort of keep the shark feeling instead of having like because rats usually are in sort of they're usually in this position a lot, like where they got the hunched over kind of sitting position, but to keep the shark feeling like it's swimming more, I think I'm going to stretch his hind legs out and sort of try to get the cross between streamlined and curving spine scenario. So let's see. I think what I'll do is I'll play with the curved tube maybe. Too big. Mm-hmm. Ugh. Okay. Snake hook. And the other funny thing is, even if I put a bot spam in there, like I would probably ignore it. Like I would be like, it might work like twice to remind me, and then from then on, my brain would just start to tune it out. Just because I know how that's my brain works. Too much, I think. You know what? I don't know. Part of me is like, should I make them small legs, like fins, like a pelvic fin? Like I could put a leg here and a leg here and keep them kind of small. Yeah, I don't know if it matters. I think I think I should keep an eye on the silhouette though, and make sure it's still reading nicely. This might be a bit much. Let's try to pull that down a bit. What inspired the little bundle of joy? Yeah, I was mentioning earlier. So my wife was on the phone with somebody the other day, and she, I forgot how it came up, but she was on the phone with somebody, and she was saying, "Oh yeah, sharks and rats are my two fears," like, which I've always known, but just when she phrased it that way in the sentence on the phone, it occurred to me, that could be a fun ZBrush project just for the heck of it. So yeah, that's what inspired it. I'm like, okay, RatShark. Great idea, wife. I'm going to create the worst of both your fears. Exactly. Yeah, we were joking about that earlier here in the chat, because I was trying to decide, like, which elements of the rat, which elements of the shark, and I think it was Mechanism suggested, well, ask your wife, of course, which parts scare her the most. Yeah. I mean, it sounds terrible, but she'll just be glad that I'm inspired to make something. It's definitely not going to be her favorite project of mine, but it is amusing. Of course, makes it higher when it's someone's fear, I think. Well, fear is funny though. Fear is like so subjective. I mean, on some level, fear is generally mostly caused by the idea of, animal instinct of this could kill me, or this could make me extremely uncomfortable, or, basically it could create, uh, usually it's, fear of like primal things like this could injure me, this could kill me, and I need to be afraid of it to protect myself, but that being said, what people are afraid of, in the sense that what they think is going to hurt them, can be extremely subjective, and a lot of it comes down to like experience, like what things have you experienced in your life that trigger that fear. And then of course, my wife grew up on an island in Portugal, and so she'd swim in the ocean all the time, but she would never get very far from shore because the sharks don't usually come in close to shore. So, but then the rats, she's afraid of rats because she always tells the story about one time when I forget where she was, but she was somewhere where, like, inside of a dark building or something, but she reached to grab something, and she accidentally grabbed, like, I think it was a dead rat even, but like she reached and grabbed, and she accidentally grabbed a rat, and she was a little kid, and it just freaked her out, and she panicked, and so so ever since then she like has nightmares of that kind of stuff. So let me get back to my rat feet. Yeah, that would make me scream like a little girl. Nice. Autosave. Of course, now it autosaves after I finally actually saved. Okay, let's see. Oops, crap. Um, I think I'm gonna do. Copy. Change the poly group. Let's shrink it a little bit. And let's mess with this one a little bit. Brush. Oh yeah, every damn time. I have a serious love-hate relationship with autosave. Love it whenever it's good timing. Yeah, no, that's for sure. I don't really. I'm too lazy to turn it off, really, um, but I don't like it at all, really. And it takes up so much room on your hard drive if you don't go clean it out every now and then. Um, so and ironically, autosave it cracks me up because autosave is ironically one of the features that's most likely to crash the program. So the whole point of autosave is to protect you from crashes. But ironically, it's the most likely scenario to crash the program because if you're ZBrushing, like if you, for instance, if you try to do a Z remesh or a Dynamesh or a Boolean, and you try to do it at the exact same time that ZBrush decides to autosave, those two are massively, they're both massively calculation intensive operations. So basically, you're basically throwing two huge, massive calculations at ZBrush, at your computer, at your processor at the same time, and ZBrush is going to be like, "What the fuck, man?" And it's going to melt down on you. Um, and it's like, it's not supposed to do that. It's not supposed to do that. It's supposed to know better, but that doesn't mean that's going to be the case, you know. So it's like, hey, I should zero mesh real quick, and bam, oh shit. So that's why I always say like it's best to save right before you do any kind of calculation intensive operation. You know, like, oh, I'm going to Dynamesh real quick. Make sure you save right before you Dynamesh because that's the most likely scenario to crash things. Okay, let's see. You know what? I think I'm gonna. Ah, heavy training wheels. Yeah. Let's do this. Let's do curve tube and set it up. Curve. Curve modifiers. Where's the reset? Reset. Let's go. This. And let's do. There we go. Bam. Let's get rid of the curve first. And let's scale this up a bit. Put the pivot point down here. And we've got a rat toe. Sexy, right? Yep. And let's do this. Let's get these. All selected. Let's copy them and rotate them. Actually, let's go a little further. I'm going to do the middle one next. And I need to make these more unique. Should I auto group? I could probably get away with auto grouping right now. Okay, let's auto group. Auto groups. Auto groups. Okay. Actually, this time maybe I'll just do this. Oh boy, that's going to screw up my symmetry. So let's do this. Select that. Invert, Control W. Select that. Invert, Control W. Select that. Select that. Invert, Control W. That way, I can at least copy it one more time. Maybe just offset it a bit to make it visually more interesting. Scale it up a little. Actually, let's. Okay, let's try this again. That's auto groups. Can we do merge similar? Kind of. Not what I wanted though. Oh, I lost my. Okay, you know what? Let's get this back. Let's do. Oops. Nope. Control W. That's not going to. Oh, let's try this again. Auto groups first, then group those. Group those. Oops, did I get? Group those. Group those. Those. Such a pain, but it definitely pays off for making symmetry stick better. So that's good to go. That's good to go. Did I miss one? Oh yeah, the middle. Okay, so bam. Group those. Those. Group those. Oops. Oops. Nope. There we go. Oh, nope. I do need this one. This one. Bam. Okay, good to go. Phew. But let's give a little bit more room for the webbed foot part of it. So let's rotate. Okay. Let's move this one out. Let's get it over. Oh. Okay. Clay buildup. Just turn Sculptors Pro mode off for a minute so I don't smear them together. All right, let's see how we look from a distance. Whew. I want the webbed toes though. So let's add that. Great feats. Nice. Thank you. Okay, let's do. Mesh fill in? Nah. Curve quad fill. Curve tri-fill, that's pretty funny too. And let's just drop that in. Let's do some move infinite depth. So let's take this a bit.
Message for you, sir.
Do some inflate. Autosave. Oh. Okay. Let's see. That's my. Let's see. This definitely needs to taper. actually. There we go. What? That's. Let's just do this. Oops. Oops. Question is, which direction do I want to go with it? Let's do. Actually, let's do snake hook. Big giant snake hook. No, I don't want to do it. Let's try with infinite depth. Where is it? There we go. So that's why. That's good. Oh. Yeah, did not want that turned on. Oh, you know what? I'll add a little color. Let's do that. First of all, let's get a nice background color. So purple. Do this purple still. Let's go with that. Document. Bam. Looking pretty sick. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, I'm having fun. Just feels good to sort of do a quick no pressure doodle. It's too easy to let the pressure of the projects that you're like really serious about get to you. So I decided today needed to be sort of more of a relaxation sculpt, just for fun. Let's add more sort of gray to make the shark. Fill object. Let's do. Uh, okay. Yeah, have to do that from time to time. Yeah, yeah, it's important to sort of do that from time to time to sort of remind yourself why we do this in the first place. Oops, oops, crap. Now that one needs to be closer to white. This one needs to be blue. There we go. I don't. Question. Do I want rat eyes? Oh, you know what I do want though? It's maybe some color. Actually, paintbrush. I can leave that. Go to white. Whoa! I got crazy. Oh, Jesus Christ. Whew. That's getting disturbing. I'm going to merge these two. Actually, my cat cracks me up. You see my cat back there? I don't know if you guys are still hanging out, but look at my cat. She cracks me up. She's just passed out, like laying on her back with her head buried in the blanket. Cracks me up. Like it's like every time she does that, I always end up taking a picture. It's just like it makes me laugh every time. She's like just a fat lazy kitty. Silly cat. Oh shit. My I might have to undo some stuff. I just noticed my dynameshing destroyed my little feet there. Okay. So let's hold off on dynameshing, I guess. Or I could break off. I don't want to. I hate breaking off into subtools. A dynamesh at high resolution. I can just probably wait. This down further anyway. Let's just clay build up this. Let's turn off. Should be smooth. Um, Autosave. Oh, come on, autosave. There we go. Let's also darken this a bit. The underside tends to be lighter. no. No RGB. You know what? This is a rare opportunity for the pinch brush, I think. Don't use the pinch brush often. I think this is a good spot for it. Yeah. Could be a little bigger, actually. I feel like his forelegs should be smaller, though. They're too prominent. Looks like I disintegrated that a little bit. Let's go back. Press save. Oh. And I think it might be time for a monster recharge. All right, let me go grab a monster out of the fridge. Plus, that's a good chance for me to show off my new Be Right Back screen. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay. Tasty. Okay. Okay, let's go back to that. I don't know. Part of me feels like it should be. Yeah, I feel like that's more appropriate. Oh, it feels better. Oh, whew. Yikes. Blend it together when I remesh. I feel like I do need to do a Dynamesh though, because I'm starting to get disintegration. Need to make sure it's a high enough resolution though. Keep an eye on these little suckers. I should definitely save first though. Okay. Let's give it a shot. Oops. Why did it? It's 300. Let's try that. No. Oh. Let me try turning polish off. Yeah, that works. Okay. Let's try. Okay. Wait a minute. Dope. Crap. Let's try that again. Good enough. Huh. No kidding. Interesting. Okay, well let's do something about that. I haven't had that message before. I'm not sure. Let's see what happens if I do this. Okay, save. Sure. Carly, I'm in class, so I can't stay, but this will haunt my dreams. Nice. Glad you're hanging out. Hope you have fun in class. Which class is it? Oh crap! I forgot to freeze groups. Escape. Escape. Cool. Keep groups. That's what I was afraid of. Okay. Well, the rest of it came out okay. Oh, because that's all one poly group. That's why. Okay, wait. Let's try doing auto groups first. Okay. Plug groups, auto groups. Now let's try doing it. Zero measure. Bam. No, still disintegrated. Could have sworn, are these? Oh, when I Dynamesh, they already smoothed together. That's right. What to do? Guess I could use Decimation Master. Let me try that. Am I going to lose my polygroups though? Wonder if I should add like mouse whiskers or rat whiskers. It could be kind of amusing. I hesitate to add the ears too. I hesitate to add the ears because, for one, ears don't make sense underwater. Two, I think ears would make it cuter. And I don't know if I want it to be cuter. It could be, I guess, but did you guys know that sharks were the first animals to develop sexual organs? Sharks were the first creatures to have sex. I learned that on the Discovery Channel. Shark boners. Oops, oh, still going. Holy crap, this is taking forever. Come on, ZBrush, you can do it. Holy crap. Hello, Banks. How's it going? Welcome to my stream. Were you, did you stop by earlier? I forget. Yeah, I remember, you were in, what's her name stream? The stream I was just in this morning, right? What the heck was it? She's a new person. I I followed this morning. Yeah, the Mind. That's right. Yeah, the Mind Companion. Exactly. Yeah, she's still new to me, so I haven't memorized her name yet. But yeah, she was pretty cool. It was fun hanging out in there. She looks like she's still streaming. Waiting for ZRush to finish calculating. Yeah, the Taoism stuff. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's especially especially lately. The whole COVID thing. Taoism is definitely a good sort of. It's good to sort of try to practice that and try to find your balance, and meditation and things like that. Like really are sort of useful things to think about, and to sort of try to promote in your life to maintain stability in these crazy times. But I was pretty into it when I was a teenager, and then I sort of, you know, spiraled out into life, and I think I've always sort of instinctively felt like Taoism was like I've always sort of instinctively followed the principles of Taoism, but only recently I started getting back into it in terms of intellectually studying it more and stuff. But yeah, so originally, when I was a kid, I found Taoism because I was watching movies, and I wanted to grow up to be a ninja, of course. So watching being into martial arts and um, that sort of culture, I of course those all those the Chinese culture is a lot of inspiration for that sort of thing. So I read up on different things, and of course Taoism popped up, and of course the yin yang, like this the good old yin yang, right? So yeah, so I started reading more and more about it, and the more I read about it, the more it sort of clicked for me, like the idea of balance, and trusting your instincts and trying not to overthink things, and that all sort of registered for me as something that made sense. And the more I learned, ironically, the more I've spent time being an artist and teaching art and learning about the psychology of art, the more I've actually realized that Taoism is like perfect for creativity and art stuff, because a big part of creativity and being able to sort of blast out creative ideas is, Taoism really helps with that, because a lot of it is, hey, look, stop overthinking it, just take a deep breath and start creating stuff, and let your instincts guide you. But there's also a balance to it too, because sometimes it's like, don't overthink it, but then other times it is good to overthink things and sort of really put a lot of thought into like this whole design, gathering reference and sort of making decisions about which elements to include into the rat side of things, the shark side of things, and how to merge those things, and then thought about anatomical stuff, like what I was just saying earlier. I was like, I was trying to decide, do I want to put rat ears onto the shark? But it doesn't really make sense, because rat ears, or ears in general, don't make sense underwater. And then and in addition to that, putting the ears on it would kind of make it more cute. Which the more I kind of played with the idea, the more I thought, making it cute's not really. So far, it doesn't lend itself to being cute anyway. So, and the whole idea was it was kind of funny because my wife is afraid of rats and afraid of sharks, so that was kind of the funny thing. Wow, I just step away for a bit. Looks great. Awesome. Glad you like the direction it's going. Still waiting for still waiting for ZBrush to sort of attempt to decimate this. It's calculating. So I'm just stuck chit-chatting for now, waiting for ZBrush to catch up and finish thinking. Inspired, by the way, I may try my hand at a RatShark. Nice. Yeah, if you try to do a RatShark, let me know and post it somewhere and share it with us. Because there's so many ways you could do it, you know. When I was Googling, looking for reference, just for fun, I tried to see. I was like, oh, let me see if somebody else has done a RatShark. I was like, of course, somebody has to have done one, right? So there was a couple silly ones, like there's like somebody did this, which is just silly. But there was like, let's see, there was one that I saw that was a drawing that was kind of cool. Let's see if I can find it again. There was one drawing in particular I stumbled across that sort of amused me. That was like, oh, that's kind of a cool take on it. But in the drawing that I found earlier, it had more characteristics of a rat that just happened to have like a shark fin and gills, I think. I can't find it now. Anyway, so that was kind of fun. Yeah, I can't find it now. Oh, wait, here it is. There's this RatShark. Let's see if I can open. This was kind of amusing. But see, you see, they totally went a different direction with it. It's clearly outside on the ground, not in the water, and it's a much more of a quadruped that just happens to have like some shark features in the face and then the fin and the tail. So I actually really like this. Part of me was like, maybe I'll go that direction with it, but I didn't. So that could be a good inspiration for you if you want to try to go this route with it. Gigi, hi Gigi. Interesting amalgamation of animals. Yeah. Sorry, I've been lurking the whole time. No worries. No worries. Glad you could hang out and lurk and work. Nice way to get insights by Taoism. Little funny that it led to RatShark. Oh yeah, the RatShark was just kind of funny because my wife was on the phone the other day. She was on the phone with somebody and she was talking about, yeah, rats and sharks. Those are my two fears, and it just kind of triggered my brain to think, huh, a RatShark. That'd be kind of funny. I should ZBrush that. So I decided to do it for fun. Okay, Anger Monday. Cool. Thanks for hanging out for a bit. Always good to see you and chit chat. Look forward to one of your next streams and see what kind of stuff you sculpt next time. Have a good day. Man, I can't believe ZBrush is still choking on it. But I'm like, I kind of need to decimate it because it's way too high poly right now. This is taking forever. Could try to cancel it, I guess, but come on. So it's this kind of thing. Like, generally, ZBrush is super fast and powerful, and you can just crank stuff out really fast. Like, but sometimes if you do something crazy like this, it just sits here calculating. It's like, it really jars your work, your sort of workflow. Holy crap. I think I need to try to cancel this. Yeah. Maybe I'll try to pull the poly count down a different way. Oh, but I can't. Hmm. Maybe I should just rethink my. Let's try zero measure, and then just if I have to resculpt those front paws, then I will. At least zero measure doesn't choke to death on it. Okay. Did it work? No. Did it? Hmm. What happened? It does not look. Is it zero meshed? Still got 6 million polys. Let's try hitting it again. Come on, ZBrush, you can do it. Okay, there we go. You know what? I'll take it. I can always clean up the sculpt on the paws anyway. Cool. Let's do this. Back to work. Oh, I lost my paint job. Oh. Okay. No big deal. At least I'm back to working. Let's just blast out a quick paint job again. Where's my paintbrush? Come on, paint. Okay, let's put the gray on. Actually, the gray, dark gray. Crap. No, nothing. Oh, let's do fill object. What the hell? Nothing? What's going on here? They're gonna let me paint? Hmm. What the hell? I should do a save as. Since I was doing crazy stuff. Uh, hmm. Oh, that's why. Yep. Duh. Hmm. I think I actually has. Okay. Do, 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 do. Okay, man, I got really sidetracked. Trying to fix that crap. I was about to do teeth. Let me save again. Okay. Now I should be able to do the teeth without any problems, though. Let's see. What? Okay, there we go. And actually, let's do this. Ah, crap. Let's go with that. Okay. Oh, damn, out of save. Can maybe scoot these out a bit. And then make another pair in the middle. Oh, they do. Oh, oops. I need to change the color. Hmm? Oh, shit. Whatever. Deal with that more later. blam. Oh. Oops. Oh, crap. How far back did I do that? Stupid autosave. Oh, hey GG. Subtools? That's the funny thing. I was actually just thinking about that. Um, I have one subtool, and the reason I was just thinking about it was because I was like, you know what? I think I'm actually gonna do a time lapse when I'm done with this. So yeah, I have one subtool, and other than that, it's just split into polygroups. I kind of like working that way. Like, I like to only use subtools if it's like an actual separate piece of the, it's like an actual separate object. Like, for instance, if I'm doing a character, I would do a subtool if it's like a weapon or a prop or a piece of clothing or, and I try to keep anything that is physically connected, like part of the same anatomy, for instance. Instead of using subtools, I prefer to use polygroups. Yeah, I'm kind of funny like that. Um, and one of the reasons I like doing it that way is because I like it. I like to be able to do time lapses occasionally of using the history, the forward history. And if it's broken into subtools, then it's like, okay, well then every subtool has its own history. So you'd have to basically like to make a video of it. Basically, you'd have to go through and do the forward history on each subtool, which is not the end of the world, but I just think it's like kind of more fun and cleaner if you can do all one subtool and then just do forward history and watch the thing sculpt itself, which is really fun. So I might actually do that. I might actually put together a just for fun a time lapse and put it on my YouTube channel. Maybe I haven't done that in like forever. Autosave. Cool idea. Yeah. I'll tell you what though, when those autosaves kick in, I'm really grateful to have my M.2 hard drive because it definitely speeds things up a bit. Can't wait to get my new computer. Nice. Did you custom build one, or did you pick like a pre-built workstation kind of deal, or what'd you end up doing choice wise? Waiting to get Lily's ZBrush until then. Yeah. I put a lot of time and money into building this workstation that I've got. So I built it like a few years ago, but I put a lot of time and money into it, so it's still pretty good. The only thing that I don't have right now that I kind of wish I did is a RTX card, for playing around with ray tracing stuff. But so like I can do ray tracing It's just, I don't have a card that's accelerated for it, so or whatever. Yeah, I did custom. I have a friend that tells me the specs and do what he tells me. Nice. Yeah. I built mine from scratch. Just getting ordering parts and slapping them together. Current is 7 years old. Yeah. Did upgrade the RAM and video card. Yeah. Yeah. It gets to a certain point though where it's like you can only upgrade for so long before like suddenly it's like, oh, I want to upgrade my video card, and then you check all the latest video cards, and they're like, oh, you want to upgrade your video card? You need this new motherboard to, it won't work unless you have this new motherboard. So at that point, then you're just like, well, I guess I'm building a brand new one. Okay, is it time? It might be time to turn off symmetry and start posing it. The new one is taking so long because of COVID. Yeah, I know. I noticed that like prices are ridiculous right now, and like prices are ridiculous, and everything's taking extra time because like as soon as shelter in place, like everybody needed to buy a new computer, so like it got super crazy. Tweaking the transitions. The paintbrush. You know what? I should go clean this up on the feet too. Yeah, frustrating, but so only so much you can do, I guess. Yikes! Disintegration. I should just do. So, how are you doing, Gigi? How's your day going? Oh, going better now. I finished my work. Nice. It's always a good feeling when you feel productive, like you like got some shit done. You know, it's like so. It's amazing just how important that is for our self esteem. You know, like when I was a kid, I never understood. You know, as a kid, but as an adult, the older and older I get, like the more I understand about psychology and about just being being a productive human being. Like it's amazing how critical it is that we feel self-esteem based on um, feeling productive, like we've done something with our day. Like the worst miserable days I have are days that I feel like a fucking asshole because I feel like I haven't done shit all day. I had to learn some new things. It was very frustrating because I had to get it done. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, sometimes the learning curve can be frustrating. Sometimes the learning curve can be fun. Like it can be exciting to learn new things, but other times it can be super aggravating when things just aren't flowing quite right. Yeah, the worst feeling in the worst when you have to finish something but you keep procrastinating on it. Yeah, so many work in progress. Yeah, you know, I always think about. I don't know if you've heard of the procrastination monkey. Uh, I I learned about this a while ago, and it just there's a TED talk about it too. But whenever when I finally heard about this, I forget. I think it was a coworker that showed me this. Um, this website is like it's hilarious. It's hilarious, but it's super like I don't know. I'm like, dude, that is so accurate. So like the idea if you check it out, it's basically just it's waitbutwhy.com and why procrastinators procrastinate. If you just Google procrastination monkey, like I I crack up because like these little things, it's like I do things that make sense. I think long term. I am not a child. He's like the same thing. In the procrastinator's brain, but instant gratification monkey. I have the same purpose as the guy in the above drawing. We are the same. But then this is a perfect time to get some work done. Nope. Let's watch a bunch of YouTube videos on creatures of the deep sea and then get on a YouTube spiral that takes us through Richard Feynman talking about string theory and ends with us watching interviews with Justin Bieber's mom. Oh no! It's like, then we'll reorganize our to-do list, check stock prices on Amazon, split up our iPhoto albums into smaller, more specific albums. By then it'll be 2 o'clock and we have an appointment at 4:30. So it'll be too late to really start any work at that point. Yeah. So anyway, but it's a really good read. And then there's like a follow up. There's a follow up for where is it? So part two, how to beat procrastination, and it talks about like the idea of getting in the flow state. And it talks about why procrastinators, they're always like planners, like they're really good at planning, like I'm an idea guy, and they plan the shit out of stuff, but then they never actually follow through or do any of it. So anyway, but one of the things in this is that I always think about whenever I'm procrastinating, I call it right here, like the dark playground. So the dark playground is when you know you need to get shit done, but you're just like playing video games instead. That's, when you're procrastinating like that, it's called the dark playground. The idea is if you get shit done, you actually go into this flow state, you crank shit out. Then when you play video games afterwards, it's basically when you reward yourself for being productive by doing something fun, that's the happy playground. So anyway, so the dark playground, like it's real easy to get sucked into the dark playground. So it's kind of nice to have a name for it, So next time you're screwing around and you should be working, you just call it the dark playground. Panic monster. Yeah. I feel so called out with my novel. Yeah. So is that your main project? Is your novel? That's what you feel like you should be working on? Well, all my projects stem from the novel. Okay. So the novel's like the focal point, and then you have sort of things branching off of that. Yeah, I've got so many like unfinished projects. Like I have a giant network, I have terabytes of network accessible storage. A lot of it's filled with photography, but then I also have like just tons, gigs and gigs and gigs of unfinished projects that are like of various sorts. A lot of them are 3D, but some of them are sketches or like concepts for like I have a short animation that I was like working on for a while that I like there's like because like I had a story I came up with that I was like starting to work on, but of course I never finished that, and it's still like half, not even half finished, but it's like I worked on it. I've got I made a lot of progress on it for a while, but then I've got other things like I've got a Veritech, a Robotech Veritech that I put a ton of time and effort into modeling and rigging and sort of creating a VR environment for, because I was like, dude, it'd be so cool to be able to actually like fly a Veritech in VR, but nope, never got around to finishing that. I will someday. It's one of those things, I'm like, yep, one of these days I'll get around to finishing that, but God only knows when that'll be. And then I'm still working on my troll scene. That's kind of like the current project. My internet troll, but that's also sort of a side project because my main thing I've been doing for the last couple of years is working on the video games that I'm planning on putting out onto Android. So I have 2 games that I've been working on to put out on Android. So, but those are sort of like on the back burner at the moment because I like Robotech. Yeah. Let's see. So yeah, I have plans. Aside from the novel, I have plans for webcomics. Yep. I've kind of dabbled with the idea of doing a webcomic based on the video game idea that I've been working with, but Yeah, Robotech. I love Robotech. I grew up with Robotech, and so yeah, I definitely have been 3D modeling a Veritech to, just for fun. Since you seem to be a fan, the only fanfics and art fan is Robotech. Wow, nice. That's awesome. Yeah, I'll show you just for the heck of it. I have to see if I even have the file on my local hard drive at the moment, or if I need to pull it off the NAS. But okay, I do have it. So I must have worked on it not too long ago. Um, yeah. So last time I worked on it was last year. I almost exactly last year, May of last year. So let's see what it looks like right now. I haven't even looked at it. I haven't even looked at it since May of last year. Let's see. Yeah, there it is. So I was in the process. I realized something because of how this is such a because of Veritech basically. Of course, ZBrush is quick saving, so it's choking my Maya. Anyway, I realized a while back that trying to rig, or I mean, trying to there we go. Trying to create a Veritech that is transformable requires modeling and rigging at the same time, because if you model it incorrectly, then the rig won't work, and if you rig it differently, then if it's like you have to go back and forth. You have to model rig, back and forth, because otherwise the parts don't like, they'll start to interpenetrate and not work right. So it's like it's really tricky. Yeah. So, and I put a lot of time recently, like last year, I put a lot of time into trying to get the cockpit sort of nailed down, because I'm like, okay, if it's going to be in VR, I need the cockpit to really read well. So I put a lot of time into trying to nail down the cockpit. It's still got a long way to go, though. So much. Skull One, yeah, for sure. I don't know. I haven't decided if it's Roy Fokker or Rick flying it, but yep, it's definitely that model though. And it's got, because it's got the oh, you know what though? It doesn't have the quad laser. Can't remember if Skull One had the quad laser or not. Yeah, that's super cool that you're into Robotech though. It's good. We have a kind of fun. We have a common interest. But yeah, so a lot of work to do on it, but one of these days, it's my dream to be able to put this into VR and be able to fly around. In fact, I have. All right, since we're kind of I'm having fun going off topic here, but let me show you. Let me see. And let me just double check that this is saved so I don't crash ZBrush by doing all my Unreal stuff. No worries. It's kind of cool. I was kind of getting fried. Getting closer to being done with my shark rat. So, like, it's nice to sort of take a break for a minute and stop staring at it. Not to mention, like, ZBrushing was starting to, like, kill my arm, like, after 4 hours of ZBrushing. Bam, bam, bam. Okay, let me get this out of here. See that real. Do I have it? Yeah, I don't have it currently set up. Let's see. Let's go to. This should be it. Let's copy it. You know what? I won't bother doing that one right now. Because, anyways, I started creating. It's not really very far, so it's like not all that cool to look at yet, especially since I don't really have my VR set up at the moment. But, anyways, I started setting up. What I wanted to do is put my Veritech into a VR scene, and so I figured, okay, I think so. I was thinking, okay, Mars-based Sarah. That's what the plan is I'm basically 3D modeling a hangar, a Veritech hangar on Mars-based Sarah, and so that would be it. You'd be walking around in VR inside the a Veritech hangar on Mars-based Sarah, so you'd be able to see out onto the Mars landscape, and but you'd be able to get into the Veritech and sort of transform it and stuff, and ideally maybe eventually even fly pull it out of the hangar and fly around on Mars. So that's what I was dabbling with. I hear yesterday I decided to decompress my painting and ended up all screwed up after a couple of hours. Yeah. But yeah. Kind of feeling like, okay, I think I'm at the point where I might decide to toss this into. Well, I need. Oh, you know what? I need to break symmetry and pose it. Mainly, I think I want to just sort of bend his torso and sort of have the tail sort of squiggle. But then I'm thinking maybe I'll throw it onto a key shot and do a quick render just for the heck of it. I'm weak. I need to toughen up. Practice more drawing. Yeah, actually, I'm excited. My wife and I just joined a martial arts gym that is going to be pretty awesome. So I'm like, okay, we're going to get our asses in shape, and then then I won't have to struggle to freaking do 4 hours of ZBrushing because I'll be in much better shape. It's so tough, like sitting at home all freaking day on the computer all day. Like, it's like wreaks havoc on your body. Yeah, nice. Whereas in Trotty Ship, yeah. I have a lot of plans. Like, in fact, a buddy of mine from the video game industry, he's a Robotech fan as well, and he actually did. I don't think he has. I don't think he has anything on his art station from it right now, but I've kind of we've hung out a few times to hang, just hang out like at my house or his house, and we like look at each other's like personal projects. And he's got a Zentradi battle pod that he's been working on for like quite a while. I don't think he ever posted it anywhere though. Let me see. Let me glance at his art station. He's got some tech stuff, but no, this is from something else. But yeah, he had a whole Zentradi battle pod scene. He was doing a whole scene around it and everything, and it was looking pretty sweet. There's some pretty awesome stuff on ArtStation though. I got a lot of reference from ArtStation. like for the cockpit and stuff for the Veritech. There's been some pretty sweet stuff done. Okay, let's see. Let's do this. Let's just start. Let's get ballsy and start fucking with this sucker. Gotta turn off symmetry first. Yeah, I need to spend some time there. Don't use it as much as I should. Yeah, I go through phases with it, like like anyone. There we go. Oops. Can I grab a bunch at once, though? I don't use this deformer hardly ever, but I feel like it's a good scenario to use right now. Time to take her out. The hell? There we go. Do I need to? I need to mask it, huh? Let's not use that one then. Let's see what else we got. And curve. Oh, I see. Okay. Whoa. Yikes. Not what I want, but interesting. Come on. Let's see what else we got here. This deformer might be good, but Maybe I'll try this first. Glasso. Deformer. And then how do I select multiple points? Actually, I wonder if I should just. Okay. Almost works. It looks like a lattice. What tool is that? So when you go to the gizmo, there's the gear, and in the gear, if you hit the gear, you can do gizmo, deformer, and then all these like two options. So I switched from gizmo 3D to deformer, and then it's the I think it's the deformer. So yeah, it's basically it's exactly that. It's a lattice. I don't really use it. Like I almost never use it, but I do remember seeing not too long ago. Specifically, ironically, it was I think it was a whale that it was like Paul. I think Paul was demoing, and yeah, so like it's just super good for a quick like for posing this guy in particular, and getting some asymmetry going. Kind of distorting him a bit, but kind of worth it. Oh, cool! I can select more than one point. That's good. Oh. Yeah, it's pretty fun, pretty useful. What? Probably okay. Okay, let's see. Let's just um, accept. And let's grab the tail. Do something similar. You can move individual pieces like you can on Maya. Uh, you mean like individual objects? I mean, like, yes. I mean, you could always mask off chunks and then mask off chunks, or do polygroups and mask chunks, and of course subtools. You could always break things into subtools and then deform those. Okay, let's see. Actually, you know what? I think I'm just gonna just use a move brush and try to get away with that without screwing it up too much. Big old move brush. Yeah, I think that'll be fine. Let's inflate this a bit, though. It's got a little funky. Polygroups, yeah. Good old polygroups. One of my favorite things ever. Not feeling this song. Let's shrunk a bit too. Pinched. This transition is not. Oh, you know what? Here, I know what I'll do. This will probably help. Keeps the brush from choking to death. That's better. Blends a little bit better that way. Good enough. All right. That feels kind of good. Okay, let's see. Save. And let's see. Let's do export. I should be able to do this. Let's see. And here's going to be the crazy part: trying to open Keyshot without dropping all my frames in my stream. Might try to close. I never actually saved my references. I might as well do that. References. But I might close my pure ref to try to free up a little bit of RAM. And then, you know what, just for fun, let's play with that just for fun. But yeah, let's try to export. See what I get from Keyshot. Trying to remember how to make sure I get my polypaint coming out. Okay, let's give this a shot. Oh yeah, first I have to export. Let's do first of all, triangles are fine. Subgroups. Oh yeah, texture. I do need texture. Okay. Export. Let's go. Keyshot. Do I have a Keyshot project folder? Yep. Bam. Oh. It's going to give me... See. Is it going to give me my poly paint or no? Nope. Crap. Let's try that again. Discover. Do. How do I keep my poly paint? That's where... Maybe I'll try FBX. FBX. Options. Polygrips is mats. Good. Okay, let's try FBX. Oh. Oh. Wait, come on, don't crash. Depths of the sea. Okay, let's try that again. RatShark FBX. Materials. FBX definitely takes longer to import. Nope. This is my paint job. And I don't want to have to UV map. Let's see. Import. If I try. Nope. Crap. I don't suppose you know how to export from ZBrush and bring it into Keyshot with polypaint, vertex tints, and so forth. Sorry, no, yeah, that's okay. I've done it before. I don't really do a lot of rendering usually, unless I'm just screwing around like I am today. So it's one of those things I don't do it often enough to have it memorized and have to like remind myself every time. Bridge, I don't have the bridge. I got ZBrush and I got Keyshot, but I don't have the bridge. The bridge would make it significantly easier, though. Yes. Um, yeah, because they make you pay extra for it. Yep. I could just try to put it into a marmoset. Let me try that maybe. I don't know if marmoset can handle poly paint either, though. Oh, says it does. Okay. The internet says marmoset supports polypaint. Maybe I'll try that. Oh. Okay, marmoset. Keisha, Keisha. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Okay, Keisha. Nope. No poly paint. No poly paint. Hmm. Computer says yes. Computer says no. Let me try the FBX. No, no. Meh. Stupid. Come on. Give me poly paint. Or maybe I have to. Oh, you know what? Is it part of the ZBrush class? No. Meh. Yeah, so it's supposed to, especially with the later, versions of everything, it's supposed to save polypaint information into the OBJ as like vertex tinting. So in theory, it should work, but I feel like there's like maybe an export setting I'm forgetting to tweak or something. Oh, Z color maybe? No, that can't. That's not it. Text video. Slimmest utilities? No. Like I know if I really, really wanted to, I could Z remesh and then project and then bake and then like UV map it and then bake the color map from the polypaint to the UVs. But I'm like, oh, I don't want to go to all that trouble. At that point, I'd just be like, screw it. I'll just render a non-painted version. But like, yeah, I had fun painting it, so I kind of want the paint job to come through. I really don't feel like rendering in ZBrush. I don't care for the ZBrush renders. Make a map of it and export that. Yeah, that's the thing is like I'd have to retopo and then bake, and then that's a lot more work than I want to do for a speed sculpt. Like, I know I've done it before. Like, I know I've exported OBJs that had paint. You know what? Let me just double check that. Export with polypaint. Yeah, no. I wonder if it's just the material I need. It's like if you start Googling it, it's like some people are like, oh yeah, you have to UV map and then bake the texture, and I'm like, like, I know I could do that, but I know there's a way to do it without doing that. Don't want to waste my time on that. Of course, now I'm just sitting here wasting time researching it, but automatic UV map. So I could do that, but I would still have to retopo it first, because there's no way. If I tried to retopo 1.1 million polys here, I mean, I'm sorry, if I tried to UV map the auto UV, it would just choke and die. So you have to, like, you've got to retopo. I mean, I could Z-remesh retopo it, but that's not perfect either, and that takes a lot of work to sort of get a good result. And then I would have to UV that retopoed part, and then I would have to bake from the high poly to the low poly, and then I would have to oh, all of which I've done before, and it doesn't. It's not the. It's just to get really good results takes more time, and I don't want to do that on a speed sculpt. It's just not necessarily worth it. It's so funny because like if you do the Google search for how can I export my model as an OBJ with polypaint, it's like tons of people search that. Like I see that question over and over, and it's like some people say, "Oh, you have to UV," but then other people say, "Oh yeah, as long as polypaint's turned on when you export, it should be included in the OBJ." But then some programs can read it, some programs can't. So yeah, vertex color. So it has to be as long as you're importing it to a program that has vertex color abilities, it should read it. Yeah, so export should be fine. Merge. Shouldn't really matter because I don't have any UVs. Export subgroups, again, shouldn't matter because I don't have any quads. Doesn't matter if it's quads or tris because texture. Try turning texture off. Maybe that won't screw up the Let's try that. Let's do export. Shark obj, replace, yes. Let's try importing. Nope. Dope. Try one more time with the F. No, not the FX. Let's try with marmoset one more time. No. Yep. Just does not want to work. Does not want to see the MTL file. Okay, well, screw it. I will. Well, you know what? I could. No, it won't work because there's no UVs. I was gonna say I could just paint it in marmoset, but yeah, this would choke to death if I tried to auto UV it. Unless I retopoed first. Okay, I'll just render in Keyshot with no textures. Lame. Okay, where was I? Or should I do? Well, you know what? Maybe I will use. Maybe I will use marmoset just for fun. Let's go back on. Okay. Project. Group project. Load. Okay. Let's do 96. 96. Do. Oops, I don't want PSD though. Let's go with PNG. Let's do a bake. Bake on. let's play around with. Ambient occlusion. Scene. Sky. Let's change color. You know what? Underwater. Is there an underwater one? Could work. Too small though, super small. Too large. This could work. Maybe. Can I put it in here? Oops. There you go. Let's try that just for fun. Yep. Camera. Let's change the field of view. Actually, let's promise I can't texture. Ah, like how the passes change everything. Yeah. Okay, you know what? Maybe I will, just for the fuck of it, try to let ZBrush auto texture or auto UV. I mean, a little frightened, but all right. We'll see. We'll see if ZBrush crashes immediately. It may. Let's save. Go back to ZBrush files. RatShark. Yes. See what happens. Okay. Actually, you know what? I probably could use Decimation Master now. Oh, but if I use... Okay, I'd have to do it on that. Let's try this. Fuck it. Let's just do it. Subtool. Duplicate. Rename. Shark underscore hello. This is the original. Yep. Okay. So RatShark glow. Let's try decimating it. Should decimate okay since I zero meshed not too long ago. Process. Oh. Bam. Cool. All right, let's see. %. Let's see. Decimate. Bam. Go. 220,000. All right. So let's hide the original. It's within acceptable limits for the most part. Let's see. Seems all right. Seems all right. Screw it. Let's see if we can get away with UV mapping this sucker now. Okay. Decimated. And so let's use UV Master. Oh, I don't have any polygroups anymore. Crap. Oh, you know what? Let's auto group. Auto groups. Okay. That should help break up the UV map a bit. Actually, I should really just really quickly. Oh, you know what? Is that already a? You know what? I think it is. Yeah. Okay. Grouped. Okay. You know what? I think this is probably fine. Okay. Cool. Fuck it. It's just good enough. Polygroups. Oh, I don't need symmetry. Unwrap. You can do it. You can do it, ZBrush. Come on. Man, that is heavy, yeah. I mean, this is the low poly now. So my low poly is 220K. So my low poly is 220K points. My high poly is 1.3 mil. So again, I hadn't really planned on going this far with it. I was just kind of doodling. I'm like, it'd be fun to render it. So, but if I'm going to render it, I want some textures on it, and I wish ZBrush had better rendering abilities. Like if they could make Keyshot built into ZBrush, that would be fantastic. I would be like, sweet, I don't have to export. I could just render the poly paint right inside of ZBrush. That would be awesome. But it's just like such a pain to get a decent render out of ZBrush. Like you have to really know how to tweak stuff to get a decent render out of ZBrush, and even then, it's still not quite the same. Okay, bam. Okay, let's see. Let's take this one, and let's project it onto this one. Let's see. Texture map. I need to project first. I think I need to subdivide first, though. It's been a while since I've done this. I'm like, wait, what do I do again? Okay, I have to subdivide. Yeah, let's just try it first. Let's try it. Project. Nice. Come on, ZBrush, you can do it. Definitely had quite a few cross my fingers and wait moments today. Hit the button, cross your fingers, and wait. See what happens. Come on, ZBrush. Don't fail me now. Oh, you know what? Maybe I should have just exported the high and the low and projected in Marmoset. Come on, ZBrush. Choking to death on it. Kids are bucking me for food. Have to go make some magic happen by pulling something out of the fridge. Nice. Sounds exciting. I know I haven't really eaten all day actually. Getting hungry myself, but we actually have to go grocery shopping when my wife gets home from work. So hopefully we'll find something fun. I'll look for a bit. Hopefully I can come back see the finished piece. Nice. hopefully. Oh, hey, cool. Phew! I thought I was gonna die. It resurrected itself. Anyway, yeah. All right. Well, have fun making dinner, and hopefully you have some cool magic up your sleeve and make a tasty one. Okay, let's see what. Hello. I had this. Yeah. Okay, cool. Let's see what happens if I do texture map. New. Fill. Create. Okay, new from Polypaint. There we go. Bam. That should get to go. Export. Texture. Okay, subtotal geometry. Let's try that. Export. So, okay, let's see. Marmoset. Let's just do like this. Let's try loading. Oh man, C drive's getting full. Where did I put it? Keyshot. Shark open. Is it going to come with the textures? Oh, no, that's not what I wanted. You know what? Let me start over. New, save, import model. RatShark. I need RatShark low. Where's RatShark low? Crap, did I not export it? I swear I just exported it. And of course it auto saves. Okay. Where did I export to? Oh, that's where. Haha. Okay, no big deal. Let's go instead. Marmoset projects. Let's go here. Marmoset. Okay, let's try it again. Import model. Marmoset projects. RatShark low. Open. Ha! With textures. Bam! I'll take it. Okay. Moving on. Where did I put that? There it is. Okay. Images, sky, image, desktop, bam, open. Sky. Let's do render. Let's turn on ambient occlusion. Let's put a child light. Directional. Sky. Let's give it a little bit of blue. Cool. Let's play with these material properties a bit. Actually, you know what? Let's get a bake going. Big project. Low. PNG. Okay. Okay. Don't want to lose my texture. There we go. I wonder if I can put some kind of nice noise on this. Let's see. I wonder if there is. Actually, what I should do, since I've had. Just in case. All right, let's see. See what happens if I do this. Okay. There's. I think. Okay. Tiling. Set the camera. Don't care for that material. What is closest to shark skin that I can use? To break up the texture. Oh, I need some atmospherics though too. Fog. Ah, nice. Okay, too much. Too much. It's not really, okay, here we go. Let's go. Fog. And let's change. Let's get rid of that. This one seems decent. But we need to mask it. Where is the eyeball? Yeah, that's got to be the eyeball. Let's try to. Oops. Bam. Okay, what about the other eyeball? So I can put it right here. I have a feeling it might be. No. How about this? Yep. Where is it? There is it. There it is. Bam. Okay. That's what us. Oh. Can I add some floaty stuff? Ah. Yeah, okay. Hey, kitty. Man. So, cat, what are you doing? Do I want to add any other stuffs? What are you doing, pesky kitty? Uh, Let's try to render view. How do I feel about hi, pesky kitty? Oh, come here. You silly cat. Well, what are you doing? You silly cat. Meow. 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 You silly kitty. Holy crap, it's almost been 6 hours. This is definitely the longest live stream in a long time. I think this is about it, though. I think this is right about where I want to leave it. Let's try ray tracing on. Meow. Silly cat. You silly cat. I think I'll go with this. Then I'll make a maybe I'll make a time lapse and put it on my YouTube channel. Let's go with the. Let's see. You silly kitty. Let's do. Silly kitty.